Hello, very good afternoon, or good evening, I suppose we should say. It's 5 o'clock on Sunday, and welcome to our Trade Sim World 6 live stream, the first of three now left in 2025, and we are less than 12 days away from Christmas, so a bit of a Christmassy feel about things today. That's going to be the plan, or at least a snowy feel anyway. As I said in the intro, seems a bit strange really, because when can you ever remember snow at Christmas? I certainly can't, not very often. Good evening to First Class Trains. You're certainly the first in. Hope you are well, and let's get going. And here is our Christmas opening titles. So there we go. That's slightly rehashed titles for our Christmas stream. So good evening to Maze Tays. Let's hope you're well, and to Brian as well. And we've already said hello to First Class Trains. And First Class Trains, I have a cold, but apart from that, I am good. How are yourself, Powerflower? I'm great. Yeah, it's good to be streaming again. It's been a busy week as ever. We had the office Christmas party yesterday, so but surprisingly, I think I was probably the least drunk out of anybody, so I enjoyed that, and we're all good to go today. So I'll just tell you what we've got in store. So we're going to do Exeter to Plymouth in an 802, and we'll take in that Great British Railways livery. Then we're going to do the Goblin line, Gospel Oak to Barking Riverside, Nottingham to Leicester in a purple East Midlands Railway Class 810 on the Midlands Main Line, the modern timetable. That's something new for this week from, I think it's Ad Trains UK who's created this. And then we're going to finish with a double-headed Class 86 Freightliner between Carlisle and Preston. So that's going to be interesting in the snow as well. Good evening to Concord as well, and hope you are well. And as ever, I know in particular, Maze Tays, myself, and Brian and Concord as well have been doing some of these runs, so we'll see what you've got, and if you want to join in, then so much the better as always. So we're going to start off on the Riviera line, 1 Charlie 72. So we need the 802, and we're going to do this Great British Railways liveried one. So we'll get the snow up to maximum. I'm not going to have it as snowing, because that way you can see everything round and about, all the better really, I think. So there it is, 10:10 London Paddington to Penzance, and it's about an hour's drive to get us to Plymouth. Good evening to Andrew as well, hope you are well. 156 Andrew Andrew 8. Oh, it seems strange not to have Shortbread Express in the title. Good evening to Lee Grant as well. Yeah, I can imagine that, Amaze Tage, yeah. And it's with the Midland Main Line. I haven't really had a chance to have a proper play on it yet. It'd be really good if they could substitute in some of the mainline services with the Meridian stock in as well. So, you know, sort of, you just need the Voyager reliveried using the East Midlands livery, and there's probably one or two other bits and pieces as well. It's just great to see just new stuff constantly being put in the into the timetable, though, into Creators Club. So let's get the train set up. We'll have a look at the livery in a second.
TPWS and AWS operational.
So let's get the train unlocked to the 1012. So to go over the roof. So this is on Creators Club. I'd like to say I love the livery, but I'm not sure about it. It looks done very much on the cheap, and kind of like a throwback to Network Southeast. But on the other hand, I don't know. Are we going to get every single train eventually like this? It's going to be very bland and boring if we do. And surely they've got to match up the livery along the way, haven't they, as well? It's no good having these lines like this. Just doesn't look good at all, I don't think. Ah, good evening, Scooby. Ah, excellent. Yeah, so you handed out shortbread galore then, were you, Andrew? Yeah, good to see you all in. Probably do. I still haven't got the hang of the speed limits on this route yet. Always makes me hungry as well when you talk about shortbread. I always think, oh, I really would fancy some shortbread. Oh, Scooby. We're getting over the River X there, aren't we? So it's probably a bit cliche to, I suppose, to be doing these streams in snow, but I don't know, just feels quite nice, and sort of Christmas card look to them, I guess. Of course, there aren't any real trains painted in this livery yet. I think that's not going to come in until next year sometime, but I hope they've got a little bit more time to work on it. What do you think of it? I'm not massively impressed with the livery, I don't think. Yeah, cheers, King. Yeah, I mean, it's great that we've got the livery in the game, and I think actually there was a few clips of the of an 802 which was shown in the kind of the press releases, I think they used the Train Sim World model, didn't they? Which was quite interesting. Maybe it'll grow on me over time. Yeah, hope you're well, King, by the way. Yeah, good to see you in as ever, and nice to have a good gang going. Ah, excellent, Brian, yeah. I just feel as though it needs a bit of tinkering with, I think. I mean, I'm not sure, you know, overall that the Great British Railways concept is going to make masses of difference. I don't think we're suddenly going to see a revolutionised railway network, but I mean, there's still a massive shortage of drivers, isn't there? I think that's kind of one of the main reasons behind train cancellations, isn't it? That there just aren't enough drivers. Yeah, well, that's what I think. Which, you know, in some ways, perhaps not a bad thing, but hopefully they've not spent millions on getting the livery done. I do love how the fact that, like, when you go under these bridges, you get the little gap in the snow, and it's the same if you go into a station where there's an overall roofing. I think that's a nice little touch. Ah, right, Concord. Yeah, that's quite sad, isn't it? You know, I've got quite good memories of the 455s, and I know Pete would say they're bug carts, but you know, the trains that take you back to the 1970s, and I can remember them being brand new. I've always quite liked the sound of a third rail EMU accelerated away. Is well, any EMU really I find quite interesting. I know, Scooby. Yeah, well, hopefully that will come to you in the future. Do you know, that's a good point, Amaze Taze. I meant to install it, but I've forgotten. I will get that put in. But I think I mean, that's been the one brilliant thing in the last, well, 30, 40 years, really, that trains have had such variety in livery. So Newton Abbot is our first stop on this one. Yeah, the funny thing is, I mean, you know, again, a red, white and blue livery, and I don't know, I think sometimes with liveries, they grow with me over time, and I mean, when I first saw the Avanti livery, I just couldn't get used to a Pendolino not being in Virgin colours, but the Southwestern trains livery always had quite a soft spot for, again, not exactly sort of quiet and understated, but it always worked for me. Yeah, very much so, Lee. Yeah, and again, there's been a couple of videos posted, people taking their last rides in Devon and Cornwall, and it's going to be so strange, isn't it? And I think again the ScotRail ones are going to be gone fairly soon, aren't they? Yeah, absolutely. And again, it was like, I suppose it's quite a neat livery, the current South Western Railway one, but as different as different could be compared with the old South Western Trains livery. We might still get some variations, perhaps with ScotRail, with Transport for Wales, but yeah, I think having I mean, I just remember that period of the 70s and the very early 80s where everything was exactly the same, and it did get a bit tiresome, really. Yeah, well, absolutely, King, yeah. Let's try and make a special effort today to get the speed limits right. The other side of Newton Abbot in particular. Oh, excellent. Yeah, excellent, King. Yeah. Hello, Plays Train Games. Hope you're well. Yeah, it does. It suits it, doesn't it? Alright, try and get this right. We've got 75 and then 60 coming into Dawlish, but we aren't stopping at Dawlish today. That looks a bit strange there. It was as though there was almost water coming through the side of the rocks. Hello, Ibex Trays 226. Yeah, hope you are well. There's a 150. Such an exciting section, this, coming through Dawlish town. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. Hope you were well. Yeah, yeah. I should be just getting over the office Christmas party from yesterday, but I feel as though I had a lot to drink, but I coped with it pretty well. I certainly wasn't as drunk as some of my colleagues, anyway. That's for sure. Yeah, definitely, Concord, yeah. I mean, the funny thing was, and again, you know, sort of going back to the 70s, but we were even quite relieved when, because like your DMUs and EMUs used to be painted in all blue, and then they started to make them blue and grey. And then we got the reverse livery as well, which added a bit of interest. Speaking of HSTs there. And I think then the next really big thing was the large logo livery, which was they started to shop them out on the things like the Class 50s, which again we were delighted to see, because there was just that feeling. I mean, everybody looks back nostalgically now at British Rail Blue and British Rail as a whole, really, but it was quite a boring period. And I mean, the one thing that has certainly happened in the last 30 years or so is there has been an absolutely huge investment in the railways. And you know, again, you go back to the 70s, it was quite grim times. All right, that sounds magnificent, Ibex. Wow. I bet you enjoyed that. It is a lovely time of the year to be travelling about on a steam train somehow. All right, fantastic. So was it like double-headed then, or was it kind of different steam locos, or what was it, kind of steam at each end? I do find the speed limits on this route incredibly difficult and complex. There's a constant change. Ah, excellent. Yeah. It was an absolutely gorgeous day here as well, actually. It's been a bit different today. It's been a slightly grimmer, but yeah, an absolutely lovely day yesterday. I think, by the looks of the weather, I think the next few days is supposed to be slightly on the grim side, but yeah, certainly can't complain. We are coming towards Newton Abbot, our first stop. Bit too premature for the 60 speed reduction, I think. Ah, I see. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Well, the funny thing is, I mean, in the UK, you very often used to get loco hold, but nowadays everything. I mean, we in the UK we tend to call it top and tailed, so you have a loco at each end, as you say, so that there's no turning round, but it seems as though the old art of doing that seems to have gone. They still do it a lot on the heritage railways, but not so much outside of the heritage railways. Omlop on. Oh, excellent. Yeah, I like that. There you go. You see, you tune into Powerflower Trains and Planes to watch the trains, and you end up getting a little bit of a lesson in Dutch as well. How about that?
We are now approaching Newton Abbot.
I don't know whether I'm imagining it, but with these announcements, did they not kind of do the full announcement when leaving Exeter originally? It seems as though we're getting even less announcements. Oh, okay, yeah, I see, yeah. Well, we'll be doing a double-headed one a bit later on when we do the Freightliner with the cross-country service. Not cross-country, what am I talking about? That's seen a cross-country voyage when we do the Freightliner service.
This is Newton Abbot. This is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
Redmond and Penzance.
Will be interesting to see. I've not even tried it yet, but when we do the 810 on the Midland Main Line from Nottingham to Leicester, I'm assuming because it's the same unit, we will actually get announcements at least on the train, obviously not on the platforms. We are slightly early. We're due away at 10:32 and 30 seconds. And we've got a 150 in. Where's that one going to? So that's a Paynton service. That's due at 10:35, so we'll get clear before then. So what did you think about the sea?
Welcome aboard.
Oh, wait a minute.
Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Totnes, Plymouth, Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Hull, St Austell, Truro, Redruth and Penzance.
Why didn't we get that when we left Exeter
The next
St
station
David's?
is Totnes.
I'm sure we did to begin with. I could be wrong. There's still a few bits about this announcement system that aren't 100%, and you kind of worry and think, again, is it going to be left to rack and ruin, or will they actually sort these things out, make it actually work properly? So what I was going to say was, what did you think of the week 2 of the seasonal reveals? I mean, I did a little video on the Medway Valley line, and I think you know, it's the pictures themselves, the screenshots look lovely, but I was slightly underwhelmed by the whole thing. If it was if it was part of a little network, then it wouldn't be so bad. But I think because the boring thing about the southeastern lines that we have in the game already is that they feel like just bits of journeys, and okay, this is end to end, but you know, without having sort of Victoria or Charing Cross or Cannon Street, just feels slightly on the boring side, and it's kind of one relatively smallish part to another relatively smallish part. Yeah, it's funny, isn't it? Everybody, I mean, me included, I thought it was going to be the Wherry lines, but it wasn't. Yes, indeed, yeah. Yes, I certainly did. And I know it's their first entry into this, but you know, you sort of think, well, we just had All Aboard Studios. They produced their first route, and they did Crew to Birmingham. So these things can be done. Good evening, Lady Sophie of Houghton Manor, 7325. In all honesty, mediocre at best. First week, all foreign announcements, yet week 2 didn't even do all UK routes. You're not Pete in disguise, by the way, Lady Sophie, are you? Yeah, well, I think, you know, it's hats off to what they've done, and, you know, it's easy for me to sit here in my seat and, you know, say, oh, it's a boring route and this, that and the other, but it just slightly is, unfortunately. Yeah, definitely right, King, yeah. That is a good point. Very often, when a new route's added in, then usually, nearly always, we've got it in Train Sim Classic already. Yeah, absolutely. And don't get me wrong, I will buy it. I do like the fact that the 375 is going to be much improved. They've got better sounds, and I think it's going to be completely transformed sounds by the looks of things. And it'd be good to have proper GSMR included as well for the first time. See, I always struggle with this section, don't I? By the way, we are stopping at Totnes, aren't we? Yes, as reminded. Yeah, I think having the 375, and I don't know, I mean, what else could they have included in there? Yeah, absolutely. And I know they've thrown in a slightly improved bit of the southeastern main line that's already in the game, you know, Rainham to Gravesend, so it'll perhaps make the some of the freight workings a bit more interesting, and also the fact that it goes through to Tonbridge. But yeah, it's just slightly disappointing. I mean, I shall buy it 100%. I'll buy it, and I'm sure I'll get some fun out of it. Yeah, absolutely, Andrew. Yeah, last one standing, aren't the ScotRail units? Not for much longer, though, I presume. All right, Lady Sophie. That's not good to hear. No, I mean, I think there is going to be some 465 services included. And there's going to be some 395 services included as well. But I suppose there's not a massive amount additionally that they could throw in unless we were going to get something really brand new. Yeah, I mean, it's a good feature, but it's a bit like with the one on Train Sim Classic. You know, once you've done it, haven't you? And it's, you know, I suppose it's good to have a little bit of accuracy trying to set the train up. Oh, that's awful, Lady Sophie. Yeah, that's really that's terrible. Yeah, I hope you get some proper information out of that. Yeah, that is. At what point, you know, are we going to really hit a point where you have routes that you sort of think, I'm not going to buy it because I'm not going to get masses of play out of it. I think we definitely can't continue to have sort of short routes. It just can't be a thing that carries on. Yeah, it's going to be sad to see the end of the HSTs completely. Is there really? Now that is something I didn't realise. So we've got another season of reveals tomorrow, haven't we? But I didn't know there's a roadmap stream coming up. So
We are now approaching Totnes.
And again, I mean, we could speculate till the cows come home, really, but it just would be nice to end 2025 off with one really, really big announcement. I think they have confirmed, DTG, haven't they, that there aren't going to be anything new now being released. I think they said that Stuttgart route was the last release this side of Christmas, didn't they? Or this, well, I suppose that really means the end of the year. Yeah, no sound.
This is Totnes. This is is a Great Western Railway service to Penzance.
Yeah, is the sound okay? Yeah, I think that's the big thing, and you kind of get the feeling that Just Trains is route and the 805 is imminent, and that's really the only exciting thing we've got to look forward to, isn't it? I mean, you assume that the route, the Medway Valley line, probably isn't going to be like March or April. Oh, that was a bit strange, yeah.
Welcome aboard this Great Western Railway service to Penzance. We'll be calling at Plymouth, Liskeard, Bodmin Parkway, Parr, St Austell, Truro, Redwood and Penzance. The next station is Plymouth.
Right, so we're non-stop to Plymouth now. But the one thing I must be conscious of is I know that we've got kind of like Dainton Bank, haven't we, coming up? So I need to all eyes on the screen to try and keep within the speed limits. Though it's not the climb it once would have been. Driving the 802 makes it pretty straightforward. Right, is that true, Andrew? Yeah, they work well with local businesses. Yeah, I mean, you sort of ticking off the boxes really in terms of which TOCs haven't been created. South Western Railway's one, and that was one of the first to go under Great British Railway ownership, if ownership's the right word. And we haven't had Greater Anglia yet. Good evening, Rachel. Yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, we missed you last week. Still, I do love driving this train, I have to say. Again, I mean, the ScotRail network's like so varied, isn't it? You've got the busy local services in and around Glasgow and Edinburgh, but then you've got the rest of it very, very strewn out, if that's the right word, and you know, sort of very, very isolated in places. Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, that's the one thing that I can't imagine will happen. I mean, I suppose it's a slight bonus that rail fares aren't going up in 2026, but I can't imagine they're going to come down. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, well, that's how it should be. I mean, you think back to the like the 1950s, and you know, Great Western Railway being a classic example, 50s and before, you know, with these beautiful posters that they came up with, promoting the lovely touristy places along the English Riviera. Yeah, it's quite difficult, isn't it? It's a very, very difficult line to get your head around with the speed limits. And I mean, I'm trying to be extra hard and concentrate, but it's not easy. Yeah, there's bits of Scotland that I've never ever experienced. I mean, I've not gone over the Forth Bridge. Yeah, that's something I'd like to try and rectify next year. Ah, brilliant. That's great, Rachel. Yeah, we're going to do a Class 86 double-headed. And I did try it out just to make sure it works. And you certainly got both pantographs raised anyway. So it's going to be interesting with the 86 being slightly less power and coping with the snow. So we'll see how I manage to get on with that. It's all very well driving an 802. But that kicks in at just about, I think it's just over an hour's journey on this new modded timetable. So we'll give that a go a bit later on. Looking forward to that. Right, so yeah, so Maze Tays confirmed something I missed out on. I didn't realise there was a roadmap on Thursday. So we've got the last of the season reveals. I think that's tomorrow, isn't it? So let's just see if we can get something announced. Oh yes, yeah, of course, BT. I never spotted that. Well done. Yeah, it just seems to me that everything to do with DTG just before Christmas just seems to close up the last couple of weeks. So I've always said I'd be really quite excited to get a release, literally just before Christmas, but it just seems as though it's probably not likely to happen. I think we're looking at stuff coming out in January, February, March, I suppose. Yeah, it really is lovely, to be honest. I know you had a bit of a issue with the creator of the timetable, but it's lovely, and it just adds a bit of variety, bit more excitement to it. Ah, right. Wow, that's funny, isn't it? That seems as though that's... I wonder if that's a YouTube thing or what it is. Yeah, not sure. Not sure, Andrew. And again, it's one of those things that absolutely beautiful, but there wouldn't be masses of gameplay. I mean, the one for Train Sim Classic is lovely. Yeah, no worries, Rachel. It's all horses for courses, isn't it? And that's absolutely fine. Ah, right, okay. Ah, right, okay. Maze Tay's in the know. Oh, that was interesting. That was that a nuclear service? It was certainly a freight. Yeah, I think we kind of, I think we guessed in a way about Wherry Lines because of the, you know, there was those lovely screenshots in the forums, and then they seem to disappear. Yeah, it's lovely, Andrew. Yeah, yeah, and I think this is one of the issues with the most scenic lines, and there are some beautiful lines in the country. You know, Cambrian Coast, West Highland Line, and you know, just to name a couple of them, Settle and Carlisle. But in terms of kind of gameplay and playability, slightly on the boring side. When you go into the realms of, you get one service in either direction and it's probably always the same train, then it becomes, you know, the thought of it slightly tedious, even if it's not. Do you know the good thing about seeing that nuclear flash train, Maze Tays, is I mean, I thought because we're running the standard timetable here, I didn't think we'd see that. I thought that only popped up on the other one, but that's good to see. But of course, they did factor it in originally. I think that's the difference, isn't it? They I think they built it in, didn't they? It was sort of like, well, you know, once it comes out. Ah, okay, yeah. Next, yeah. So that's some way off. Yeah, I haven't tried that new Bakerloo line timetable because, to be honest with you, unless I've got this kind of view with the Bakerloo line that I can't drive it with the old catenary. It doesn't even matter if you've got the sort of the main trains coming through. I just feel as though it just doesn't look right. So I'd much prefer to kind of, although it's route hopping, which, you know, can drive you mad sometimes, I much prefer to do that than actually try and do it in one continuous journey. So that is one I haven't installed. Right, yeah, that could be a factor, Concord, yeah. Oh, I'm glad you've got it working. It's one of those strange things, isn't it? It's hard to know whether it's something at my end or whether it's not. But hopefully it's not a foretaste of problems to come. So I don't know if anybody has any Christmas treats in store in terms of any upcoming mods, but I mean, we've had a fair few, haven't we, over the course of the year, really. Oh, excellent, Rachel. Yeah, well, we've got a service. That's the third one up today, so we'll have a go on that. I think I'm right in saying, and again, I've not really explored it, but I could see the 170 cross-country one was included, so I presume we have those at Nottingham. Sorry, yeah, Nottingham and Leicester maybe, but as far as I know, I don't think we've got the cross-country 220s at Derby. And it would be nice, because of course the 810's a thing for the future, so give it a few years, we won't have any those Meridian units left anymore, but I think for the moment they're all going to be on that route. It's all to 810, so it'd be nice if you got a bit of a mixture. But it's always good that I just love the fact that Creators Club massively keeps the interest in the game, and it kind of makes it at least that when we're doing these streams we can put slightly new things in, and you know, hopefully we're not churning out the same stuff week in, week out. So it's good to yeah, that's a shame, Rachel. So it, you know, again, I suppose it's a start, isn't it? And hopefully he'll add to it and upgrade it. I mean, by rights, you could actually have 170s not just on the cross-country services, but you could do them on the Nottingham derbies as well, couldn't you? They're very talented people, these timetable creators, and you know, a lot of work has to go into them. And I mean, we haven't heard from Josh so far tonight, but we know he's an absolute master of them, and you must spend hours and hours and hours just mulling over timetables to try and get these things working. It just blows the mind, really, and I just find it incredible. And you know, for instance, you load up Birmingham New Street, and there you have a 24-hour timetable. You could just sit at the platform, watch the trains come by for a couple of hours, and to see everything coming in and out as it should do is incredible. Now, I know we are going downhill, but I need to try and speed up a little bit. That could be a Christmas card in its own right, couldn't it? I just hope that it just seems to be I don't know whether I'm right, but it just seems to be a feature. This delay thing with the signals just seems to be like a feature that has been forgotten about, and I know DTG are kind of actively trying to get the bugs and stuff being fixed, hopefully, but certainly the blurry textures anyway. But I was kind of looking forward to the signal delays. I wasn't so bothered about the train faults and that. In fact, that's why I switched them off, because they're just damnably irritating. I mean, any new stuff that comes out and they kind of say, oh, we've worked hard to make sure that the train faults have been implemented, you know, I almost feel as though I'm not bothered. I don't want them in there. Not until we can iron them out a little bit. If you could get it so that, you know, every 1 in every 50 services you operate that you get a train fault with, or then fair enough, but not at the frequency of having it a fault 10 times on a journey. Yes, I have. Yeah, put it back in. I put it in, took it out, and put it back in again. So hopefully it helps. I still feel there are times, and you know, I wouldn't describe myself as colourblind, so there are times when you can see a yellow signal and you're thinking, is it yellow, is it red? But does that happen in real life? I guess sometimes that the weather conditions must make visibility absolutely really hard to make them out. Excellently. Yeah, hope you enjoyed that. Good evening, Pete. Yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, we are. We're only just a short distance to Plymouth now. We are driving, I think, what you would describe as a bog cart, but it is in the all brand new Great British Railways livery, which was unveiled this week. We are only 4 miles away from the final destination. Yeah, I think I did notice about God Mode. I haven't got the latest one in yet. I think he did say one thing he did mention. I noticed was to apply to the new Stuttgart route, which, as I've kind of got no intentions of getting that at the moment, then it's kind of wasn't high on the list of priorities. Oh, brilliant, Pete. Yeah, so you had a mince pie and a glass of sherry, did you? I don't use it massively, Rachel, to be honest. I have got it installed, but I think it's good to be able to change the weather on the fly, and there are features in there that I don't massively use, but it does definitely improve certain things. Some of these packs, I must admit, just get quite complicated sometimes, and you kind of got the situation, well, you need this to for this to work, and I haven't tended to bother with stuff where it kind of says, right, you've got to change things in the ini file and insert this line in here and do this, that, and the other. But yeah, I hope you had a great day on the Dean Forest Railway. I bet this time of the year as well, absolutely amazing. Yeah, I have seen that, Rachel, but I haven't. Again, I've not got it installed. Excellent, Pete. Yeah, so now you can get a little bit of drinking in, which is marvellous. Oh, look forward to that over the next couple of weeks. We won't get it till we go Christmas shopping a few days before Christmas, but I'll look forward to my first glass of Baileys, I have to say. Never been on a Santa special, but I've kind of, I don't know, I suppose we could have gone on with me brother when he was little. He'd have loved that, actually, but it's not something we ever did. Yeah, do you find TSW annotations useful? I did actually look at that announcement one thing as well, and I got all the text in and stuff. I got everything. I thought I got it installed right, but it didn't seem to play the announcement, so I hadn't quite figured it out. Right. To be honest, King, just the normal Baileys, really. Just the classic Baileys, which I absolutely adore. Oh, okay, Rachel, that's fair enough. Well, that's no problem. Yeah, well, thanks for joining us. Brilliant, Pete. Love it. I remember this thing years ago, that it was kind of before I was drinking age, where I was certainly aware of it, this thing about where in Wales they used to basically, there was no alcohol on a Sunday. Hi Seb, hope you are well. Oh wow, sounds interesting, King.
We are now approaching Plymouth.
Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on a couple of things you said in the forums and that, but yeah, things by the looks of it gone all okay for you. And are you still actually in hospital? Are you just convalescing, as it were? I think they generally look after you quite nicely, don't they? In hospital, everything's catered for, and you're quite nicely pampered. Well, this is the first, if you mean that on the stream, this is the first run of the day. Ah, cheers, Concord. Well, I need to put a little table down on me sheet so that I don't make a mess of putting the scores up, hopefully, or at least no more of a mess than I usually do.
This is Plymouth.
Service to Penzance, calling at Liscard, Bodmin Parkway, Parr, St Austin.
Ah, that's good then,
Redruth and Penzance.
Seb. There's no place like home and all that. So, what have we got? We've got, there's me, we've got Amaze Taze, we've got Brian, and we've got Concord. So, I'm not sure if there's anybody else, but let us know if there is. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So Concord was 14,740. Haven't even looked at mine yet. Oh crikey, that's rubbish, Pete, isn't it? £17 or 10. Good old socialism, eh, Pete? Yeah. Right. So what was my score? 15,038. Let me just start tinkering away with the timetable if I can find it. Add participants. So we'll get those two in. So Concord. You did say, didn't you, that it's a damned awkward route speeding wise. I have to say, I think it's quite brutal at times with the way the speed limit goes up and down. Right. So where are we? Oh, no worries, Seb. Well, the thing is, I think when you're in this situation, I think it's quite understandable. I think it takes a bit of time just getting yourself back to normal. Right, 14704 for Brian. So I think actually I didn't check. I take it you're in this, are you, Mace Tays? Let's get the leaderboard puts up, as it were. Right, where are we? So Brian is 14704. Still a lovely route, though, I have to say. Always enjoy a ride from Exeter St David's to Plymouth. All right, there we go. 15094 for Amaze Tays. Oh, Brill, well done. So you've snatched the lead there, I believe. So yeah, let's get that included. If I can find the screen. Here we are, Amaze Tays. So I was top, but then I think we've got that right. So we're going to see, yeah, there we go. Takes a couple of seconds to adjust, but then there you go. So some good scores though all round. Both me and Mace Tays 15,000, and then Concord and Brian in the 14,000s. But again, you know, when you look at it, really, it's less than 300 points for all of us. So well played, everybody, as always, and thoroughly enjoyed the competition. A great start to the evening. Really well played, everybody. So we'll move on to the Gospel Oak to Barking line. So I might try this with the dynamic hood. Still find that tools thing a bit irritating sometimes. There we go, it's working this time. Probably just me. Hello, Dominic Codyworth 1479. Hope you are well. So we're on to 2 Juliet 25, I think, next. Gospel Oak to Barking Riverside. So I'm going to try and do it the dynamic hood, but I've not done any practicing, so this could go seriously wrong. I've not seen that, Pete. Yeah, it's yeah, I knew it's all coming to an end. I watched a video. Somebody the other day said it'd be the last time he's got the chance to ride on the HST. But yeah, the end of an era. I mean, it's where it all started, wasn't it? Because the Southwestern or the Great Western was the first to pick up with the HSTs back in the 70s, wasn't it? East Coast Main Line was later. So it really is the end of an era. Yeah, I sometimes feel as though there's loads of stuff like that I kind of wished I've done and miss out on. I did go on a cross-country HST in the last 2 or 3 weeks before the ended service. So in a way, I kind of enjoyed that rather than it being on the last day where it would be absolutely rammed. But yeah, it's very sad to see. Yeah, so we need the 710. Let's do some of these rail tour runs on some of these services at some point. So it's to Juliet 25, but it is the 0906 one rather than the 2137 one. I presume that's an error with the head codes. You surely can't have 2 head codes for the same service, can you? I'm not sure, Lee. I don't think it was. I don't think it was the Mega Sim. He used to do a load of videos, didn't he? But it's probably one of those things where you've probably had 5 or 6 YouTubers. Oh, never asked me that before. Yeah, if I don't know how to drive the 710 by now, it's time to give up. The only thing that catches me out sometimes is whether we're in the right mode or not, whether we got the overhead electric on or DC, but that's about it. All right, yep, fine, yep, Concord, yep. See you shortly.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Where are we? No, right. We've got day there somewhere, haven't we? Yeah, there we go. So we're due off at... Got about a minute or so to go, haven't we? Yeah, I hope so, Dominic, or at least maybe in the next 10 years or so. Yeah, it should really substitute in occasionally because, I mean, Scooby will be more of an expert, but I know in this year I've definitely been on a 710 on a Midland Main Line. I was filming with the camcorder. I got it set in the window because they're actually a bit easier than on the 378s. But, you know, it's complete coincidence, as it were. So we've got to try and thing is with the stations, I mean, even with dynamic HUD, they probably are going to stay up, aren't they, for quite a bit of this, so I might be able to get away with this. Yeah, it might be cheating a bit really to do this with dynamic hood on. Because I'm not sure at what point that display up there, when are we ever going to be not kind of a mile away from the station? Yeah, so right, okay, so they're all going to be 710s. I know Scooby won't be delighted about that prospect. I still love this line though, and you know, again, we talked about the one in Kent being short, but this is short but interesting because you've got kind of buildings along the way. All right, okay. I didn't realise actually there were any 720 London Overground. Is that a thing that is coming in? I've said before, but for Train Sim Classic, I just hope that we can get the this unit into Train Sim Classic. And I'm not massively bothered about the 165, 166, although I think they have released an upgrade to it now, so at least you've got running sounds and stuff. Oh, nearly got that. Just get this. I mean, it almost makes you feel cold, doesn't it? You could almost feel the cold, this snow on the ground. And the way snow does just develop, it's consistent everywhere. It's, you know, they've obviously put some gritting down and stuff like that. Yes, did he actually give you an answer, King? My hunch would be kind of like, well, maybe, but, you know, nothing, we don't know yet sort of thing, but hopefully so. I think the problem with lots of these things is, you know, I don't know, I'm very impatient for things to happen, and it's, you know, it's great that we're getting so much good stuff, but on the other hand, it's, yeah, we have got it as enabled. So there'll perhaps be some points during the journey where it disappears. Yeah, I thought that might be the case. And I think the problem with the Alan Thompson team, and, you know, not really for me to say, but I think they're obviously, it's a smallish group, and you know, they're kind of very, very enthusiastic creators, but again, it's difficult when you've got a full-time job. Absolutely. Well, that's the thing, isn't it? You know, you could be, in reality, it'd be like sitting in the cab, because and again, I'm sure if Rachel was still on and watching us, she'd tell us what it was like driving real trains in the snow, you know, back in the back in the day in the 80s and the 90s and so on, but it does give you that lovely vibe, doesn't it? And like I said in the intro, I mean, you know, it's kind of Christmas, but I can't ever remember snow at Christmas. Maybe once. I remember once it snowing on Christmas Day in the evening time, but I really can't remember it. Sometimes the passengers look as though they might be walking on snow anyway, because they walk about quite jittery at the best of times. Oh, oh, there we go. Wow. Yeah, just as I was thinking the passengers look pretty normal there, we got a few doing a kind of a backflip and reversing back onto it. Yeah, it's quite magical, isn't it? I think in the UK, as I recall, my brother certainly tells me anyway, but he reckons we got some snow at the very beginning of January. I think it was kind of like his first working day back at work on the Monday. What do you say? The Goblin line is bad with the Sims. Oh, you mean with the passengers? Yeah. Yeah, I do wish they'd put a bit more effort in and sort out the passengers, because some of it's just, you know, it goes to be mildly interesting to being sort of just irritating. It's like, when are they going to correct it? Yeah, I think that was the thing. Yeah, I mean, I definitely remember it wasn't snowing on my first day back at work, but I think there was a couple of days, might have been like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and I think I did one day. I burst my tyre on my car the following day. So I think I ended up having the Friday off as it goes. Maybe there was Thursday, Friday that we... Yeah, it went Thursday, Friday we had to work. But then I think the snow came in large parts of the UK on the Monday. So what's this then now? Haringey Green Lanes. Being really cautious here, aren't I? Trying to get these stop markers in the right place. But again, I suppose to be fair, if you're a real driver, you're not going to attack it with full. You're not going to come speeding in, are you? So I think did we pass under the? Have we passed under the East Coast Main Line and it's over there? But I didn't spot it as we were going through. It did I? It was very interesting a few months back. The last time I did this run on the TSW, Amaze and Scooby both were pointing out little landmarks along the way, which I was very interested to note. And I've never got round to doing it, but I kind of thought, well, that would make quite a good video actually, for actually spot some of these landmarks along the way and point them out. But it was a bit awkward to do it as I was streaming, because you know, I'm sort of like 30 seconds, I think, ahead of the stream or something. So everything's slightly out of sync. Ah, right, I never even noticed, Scooby. I think I was too busy trying to get the brakes on right. Yeah, it's perhaps not a good route to practice this with the dynamic hood on, really. It doesn't really work, you know, unless you switch the hood off completely, which has got to be a thing on this route, I think, at some point, because it's you can't complain about not being able to see the stations, because you can kind of brake visually. You're never going to go above 45 mile an hour, are you? So this is, I think we've said before, haven't we, this has got to be a one that we do hoodless at some point completely. I'm hoping actually next weekend will be I'm hoping next weekend will be a slightly easier one, because last weekend I was at my mate's for the weekend, and then yesterday I was out with my work colleagues, so hopefully next weekend is going to be a bit quieter. I know, Dominic. Yeah, it's kind of it's a shame. It's a real shame, because I mean these mods do actually completely transform your experience, and I know there's lots of people who would love to see the mods on console, but I just think technically it's just not possible. And I know, you know, I know all of you have been delighted when we've seen these brilliant timetables. We've had Josh's 2 timetables this year with West Coast Main Line South, and I think he came out this year anyway. And certainly Birmingham Cross City Line, and there's just been quite a number of them, really. Yeah, I do quite like the 710, and yeah, you have a lovely view out. I think it is. I mean, Peter'd say it's a bog car, but right, now we've got a bit of hoodless driving, so that was 40. He certainly does. He certainly does, Concord. Yeah, he's got a very active channel. This is the man who created a Train Sim Classic stream, which went from, or video, from Manchester Piccadilly to into France, into Paris, amazingly. Very professional as well, but really well put together, lovely editing. There's a Train Sim Classic one as well from Glasgow Central through to Manchester, and he's got recorded announcements on there as well, which kind of makes it really interesting. See, I'm trying to obey the speed limit, but I'm not noticing all the traffic going on. missing all the exciting action. But I mean, that is what's good about this particular route. And you know, again, I agree. There's much more pretty routes, but this is kind of busy because it's it's a, you know, it's a good freight artery as well. Yeah, definitely well worth doing, Concord. Yeah, there's some great videos on there. I never even noticed. Sorry. Right. Oh, that's good then. Yeah, in real life then. Yeah. Yeah, it's a right nuisance. I've got a feeling I tend to be not too bad with it in this direction, but whenever I go the other way, I'm usually miles out. Yeah, it's a hard one again to kind of get right, because you've got to speed up a bit, but then you've got the station coming up. I do love the fact that we have, you know, we have other trains kind of added in. It does make it more interesting. I mean, it's one of the great, even on the normal timetables, there's been a great attention to detail with the mods, I think, and you know, that's kind of particularly been the case with the Riviera line. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, and again, I haven't compared it with Google Maps. I mean, I've got a suspicion that's a building that's on Train Sim Classic, but sometimes you're not going to model absolutely every building to perfection. But I guess they've got the core elements right. Hello, Diepler Ard. It's not Oscar, is it, by any chance? Scooby's better at that sort of thing than me. Yeah, I mean, I think, as far as I know, I mean, very often we've heard kind of like vibes about Rivet Games created routes and stuff, but I think this was actually created in-house by DTG, and I'm not sure they're doing that anymore. I'm not bothered, Dominic, to be honest. I know lots of me work colleagues and being out to things like Christmas markets. I'm a miserable old soul these days. I tend to just do all my Christmas shopping on Amazon. Yeah, absolutely, Concord. I mean, that's one thing that you could say about, you know, sort of Watford DC lines. It's fantastic for that. And even some of the 350 stoppers as well, to a certain extent. Yeah, it's been a bit strange, hasn't it? I mean, they obviously used to have a fairly huge creative team. I mean, there's kind of even less excuses for things not to be absolutely nailed on perfect now, because surely they should be testing them all. 100% Lee. I mean, I understand. I've got as far as downloading the editor for this that was available, but I haven't actually touched it. Well, no, I lie. I spent a weekend trying to load a couple of things in, but I haven't really got my head around it. Would be, I would imagine, would be deeply satisfying, you know, if you have the ability and the mind to do it. I can just about do stuff on Train Sim Classic. You know, I'm okay with laid scenery and even putting tracking, although even with that, things like the gradients would completely fox me. Ah, right, okay, that's Brandon, is it, King? Yeah, I do remember reading some bits and pieces about it. Yeah, yeah, that's going to be not too far off, is it? New York to Stamford. Absolutely, absolutely. I don't know. Years ago, 20 years ago, I used to enjoy going Christmas shopping with me brother and things like that. But nowadays, I just can't be. I can't be bothered. And you know, some people will bemoan the death of the high street, but I just love the convenience. Yeah, you keep feeling as though that northeast corridor, and you know, I'll go back again. There was a bit of a largish chunk of it done for Microsoft Train Simulator. Oh, I was panicking now. I thought that was the platform. I think 25 years ago, we had a lot of the northeast corridor done for for Microsoft Train Simulator, and it feels as though ever since we've had bits of it done, but again, none of it seems to quite join up, which is one of my massive bugbears. And I'd love to see more joined up routes. I mean, people could moan that, you know, sort of Just Trains have constantly got Preston in the game, but at least they're trying to get a bit of continuity in there. Slightly short there, I think. Ah, that was a bit of a weird glitch, wasn't it? Don't remember Wasco. Yeah, I'm completely with you there, King. Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not averse. I think if you can get a reasonably good Train Sim Classic route with good stock, and yeah, no, it's never going to be the quality scenery wise as you get on TSW, but I could still enjoy it if it just doesn't take forever to download all the stock. Yes, indeed. I don't know, King. I don't think so, because I don't think that was a real thing. It's probably just one of those random places that I probably never ever zoomed down to before. Oh, that's interesting, Concord. Ah, very good. Not a great fan of cheesecake, can't tell you why. Bit too cheesy for me, I think. I'm cheesy enough at the best of times. Ah, okay. Yes, I think I remember seeing something about that. Yeah. Oh yeah, that would be brilliant. Yeah, I'm sure everybody would love to see that. I think there's something. Oh, what have I done there? Right, let's try locking the right doors. But I think there's something fantastic about. It's a bit like going to the seaside in the winter time, but it's quite exciting going to Heritage Line in the winter. Yeah, well, once Train Sim World 4 that we first heard about this, I know Liam posted in the forums he'd love it to come out before Christmas, but again, unless we get a little Christmas present in the next few days, and who knows, that could be a little bonus, but it does seem to have gone quiet, and I think Amazed Days has kind of said, you know, believe it when we see it. Ah, okay, well, there you go. Straight from the horse's mouth. Or almost as good as. You've been delving deeply again to find out the answer. I think the problem is we've been waiting so long for it that when it does come out, will it feel that exciting? Absolutely, mate. Yeah, absolutely. Yes, we'll be Hercule Poirot. But I know you've been intrigued, haven't you? I think like most of us, really. Oh, why have I suddenly started unlocking the right doors? Ah, well, shut them. Oh, right, left doors unlocked. Yeah, probably will be an issue with consoles, no doubt. think it'll be interesting to compare and like get a full list, and we, you know, kind of delve into what has changed. But yeah, I think it kind of belongs in the category. I don't know. It would have been exciting for it to have come out a year and a half ago, but will it be really worth the wait? I'm not sure. So probably, where are we now? Yeah, it's going to be absolutely bang on time, isn't it? Well, by the time we get to Barking Riverside, then we'll have our half-time cup of coffee, or whatever refreshment takes your fancy, of course. Yeah, I'm with you there, Scooby. Yeah, personally speaking, you could have had the balance. You could still have had the HSDs included, but it would have been great to have had a fully electrified line out to Reading. And you know, if they'd timed it right, we could have had the 345s out of Paddington, because we had that time before Elizabeth line operated properly, and they could have done the Reading services. Not sure it should be coming in at this speed, driving in the snow. Oh, sounds beautiful, Pete. Yeah, I might have to wait. Probably won't have my first glass of Baileys until Christmas Eve. We'll kind of get rid of my sister and the kids on Christmas Eve night. I'll take them back home, and then I'll have my first glass of Baileys. That's kind of the tradition. Oh, excellent, Pete. That sounds a bit more hardcore to me. All right, okay. I didn't notice, but I know it's that constant thing, isn't it, with the passengers? And I've seen it before on all sorts of routes. It drives me up the wall. Then we've got such a contrast. I mean, we've got the lovely North London line, where you don't get any passengers getting on and off the trains at all. Yeah, and I've seen them actually arriving onto the platform in that way as well. I always remember the DTG street. I've probably mentioned this before, but when they launched Bakerloo line all those years ago, you had a passenger sitting on top of the PIS screen, and I think we had Colonel Failure, who's the old community manager, wasn't he, for a while? And he kind of said to Matt, "Now don't pretend you didn't spot that," which actually tickled me completely. Been far too cautious with these speed limits. That's one of the problems here. Yeah, absolutely. Pete sounds quite hardcore for me. Yeah, he was a great guy, and obviously when he wasn't doing his own streams as Colonel Failure, he was actually he was pretty good at asking tough questions. We kind of don't get that on the streams anymore. You have kind of the laughing and joking and the the pink headphones, but almost like they can't pretend that things everything is allegedly perfect. Yeah, does he still do videos? And it's worth watching every now and again. I mean, for all he pretends he doesn't know what he's doing, it's very, very entertaining. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and no disrespect to them. I'm sure they're all decent people, but it's kind of like you can say what you want as long as you don't, but you must always follow the party line. All right, okay. So this is at Barking, is it? Now, where am I looking though? That's the trouble. There's nothing out here, I don't think, is there? Oh, wait a minute. I can hear something going on. I know it's just a car, wasn't it? I don't know where it is. Could be anywhere. Oh, I've missed it, haven't I? Sorry. I don't even know where the station front is at Barking. Massively. I don't know if it's that bit where we just had a look at the side or not. Yeah, absolutely, King. And there's again, there's a mod. Sorry, not a mod. We haven't got a modded timetable for this, I don't think. But there are a couple of good scenarios that Spiky Yorks has done that include the D-stop tube, which is kind of at least semi-prototypical because that's how it used to be. And again, he's added in some of the. I mean, that's the crying shame, and I think hopefully that's a little bit of a thing of the past now, in that. When they released this, and it's only a couple of years ago now, but it was perfectly okay at that time to release routes that were bare and basic in terms of. But now, yeah, absolutely. But now it's kind of accepted that they have to do a bit more. But yeah, that's what you need added in. You need those C2C services. And you need. Oh, I was under speeding it, or going way below the speed limit. Oh, excellent, Brian. Yeah. Oh, that's early score for you. So, can I do something dangerous and write that down? 9371, which kind of suggests I'm so way behind the timetable here that I'm going to be so late. It's untrue. Yeah, C2C would be good. I mean, the thing is, for every single route that we talk about, sort of Trains in World 7, they've probably be starting building, and they've probably already decided what routes they're doing for it, and they'll be kind of actively working on those from January onwards. And again, it's realistically, there's probably not going to be absolutely loads and loads of major routes coming out, but at least it's expanding. We've got ATS, we've got All Aboard Studios, we've got this brand new Firefly team, so it's getting better. It'd add a lot of value as well if they could stick the announcements in. I mean, why on earth can't they just go back on these routes and put announcements in for the stations and the trains? Surely it wouldn't be that much work. I mean, I know you've got Fenchurch Street, haven't you, in Shoeburyness, and then there's where do some of the other services go out to? Yeah, absolutely, yeah, and looking forward to that. We got the first shots of that in, I don't know if it was October or November roadmap now, but again, you kind of, I mean, I could be wrong, but you kind of assume it's not going to be coming out in a second. It's might be a good couple of months away yet. And again, what's Johannes going to be working on next? And hopefully we're going to get some good stuff from him in and around London. I feel as though I don't drive on this route often enough. Oh, got caught out. Ah, forgot. Reset AWS. Ah, bleeding thing. We reset it, haven't we? Hang on, I have to do it whilst I'm in. I'm ridiculous. Do.
TPWS and AWS operational.
Right. That's probably about the right point anyway. I probably could have just left it there, couldn't I? Right, cheers, they say. So, yes, indeed, yeah, penalty break application for me. Yeah, so 9652. And, yeah, I mean, they are, aren't they, the C2C, but you could get away with either a reskinned, you could have your, one of those white 377s or whatever it is, or you could have, a 710 replicated a 720. Good evening, dude. Hope you're well. Right, 9652 for you, and then what have I got? 9400. Oh dear. So I think, am I right in saying Concord, you were sitting that one out? I think I'm right in saying that. Now where's my little score? So we need to change that. So what was that? 2 Juliet 25, Gospel Oak, to Barking River Side, and we'll get the scores in a second. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, I talked too soon then. Right, okay, brill. Sorry, Concord, I'm counting you out of it, and you weren't counted out. I'm sure you haven't got as poor a score as me. So Maze Tays 9652. So I'll tell you what, let's go live with the screen again. So Brian was can't read what I've written now. 9371, I think. 9371. Powerflower, I'd love to have got 15,038, but of course that was from the previous one, so 9. Can't read what I've written. 9401, I think. And then Concord will have his score in just a moment. Yeah, I think the 387s you could kind of do a job. Well, we've got 387s, haven't we, in the game? I like that. Lack of talent to Mace Tay says about DTG. Oh, brilliant, Pete. Yeah. Oh, I'll have a look at that. I'll have a look at that. Brilliant. I'm still intending to put together something from the 1938 stock, and that was from, I can't remember if that was that September now, but it's, or was it October? It's a good while ago now. I must get my house into order and get that released as well. 8925. Okay, well at least that does mean I'm not bottom, which is a bonus. Where's it gone again? Here we go. Oh, there we go. So well played, Amaze Tays. So you were very much at the head of the leaderboard. You've won both rounds. I was managed second place. I can't quite read my own writing, but I don't know whether I was 9401 or 9406, but either way, it doesn't make that much difference. Yeah, so again, well played, everybody. Again, very, very close, really, all told. And as ever, enjoyed that. So I will disappear for a brief while, and we'll go get a little bit of coffee and move on to part 3, which will be 1 Bravo 38. So this is on the Midland Main Line modern timetable. So we're going to be driving in 8:10, Nottingham to Leicester. can barely read what I've written, but yeah, fantastic. But yeah, 8925 you said, didn't you? But yeah, brilliant. So yeah, we'll be back in just a moment, and a couple of adverts, assuming they actually click on when I click them, because I'm never totally sure. But we'll be back in a second. Right, welcome back. Yeah, so well played, everybody. No, I don't think we're going to be driving a HST tonight, Scooby. I don't remember. Did I say we were going to? But, I'm sure we will do again at some point, without any shadow of doubt. Again, would look quite nice in the snow, wouldn't it? So my brother just came to me. We were talking. I think it's just something he's heard on the telly. But Deck the Halls. I always thought it was bells and holly, but he's just come to me and said, "I've just found out something really exciting. It's boughs of holly." And I thought, "Oh right, okay, didn't know that." Yeah, I think I'm right in saying, Scooby, that on this, again, it's another these Midland Main Line timetable mods, but I think, I don't think there's any HSTs on this particular one. Yeah, it would be a nice video, wouldn't it, really, to coincide. I'll have to get something done. That's a good point. Perhaps something on West Cornwall local. That'd be quite nice, actually. This pen I'm using is completely gone. Oh, wait a minute, I've got another one. We're all right. Right, so Midland Main Line. Then next, if I can find it, it's down here somewhere. Wish they could put all this sort of stuff. Just feels as though, is it kind of in alphabetical order, but it's backwards? I've only just realised. Ah, right. I like that. We had some really annoying neighbours when I was a kid called the Halls. They were decked on a regular basis. Brilliant. Where are we? 1 Bravo 38. So we are. This is another kind of modern theme. I mean, it's only 29 minutes to get from Nottingham to Leicester. So I have a bit of snow, a little bit of clouding, I suppose. So another new timetable mod by Add Trains UK, I think it is. And again, I think it's got some pretty decent stuff up on the Train Sim community website. Again, obviously, it's the same as the LNER. It's the same as the Great Western Railway 802, because that's what it is.
TPWS and AWS operational.
And this is an 810. So I think the only slight thing is I don't believe that. Oh, I wish we could do something about this camera 8 thing. I don't think we've got any branding on there at the moment. And obviously the seats will be just the conventional Great Western Railway seats, but, you know, not worrying massively about that. There's something else up here, or is it just the... Oh no, there is a 170 there as well. Ah, there we go. That's would be on a cross-country service, probably to Cardiff. Alright, there we go, Lee. Yeah, interesting fact of the day. I haven't thought about this stuff. We don't want pantograph on, so we've got to set ourselves into diesel mode, have we? electric. Where is it? Engine start. I think that should do us, hopefully. Yeah, there we go, we sorted it, we're alright. What shall we have? Marco will do, I think. Well, I think I'm going to have to put that up there. This would be a really strange one to do, sort of hoodless, because I suppose you can. No, you can do it if you kind of get that sort of angle, can't you? Yeah, absolutely. So blue's engine start and then yellow's for diesel, isn't it? So I don't know how busy the timetable's going to be. We are stopping at East Midlands Parkway. I stopped with my friend actually at Leicester last weekend, so on the a Saturday, so a week yesterday, we took his dog for a walk, and we saw a couple of these 810s. We were walking by the canal. Yeah, yeah, not very, as in busy, yeah. But, you know, it's a start, something different. It's quite nice. I mean, it's good to be able to add in sort of other stock to an existing timetable and do free roam. But it's great when a new timetable comes out. Ah, okay, yeah, which is just at Leicester, isn't it? Yeah, it would be good to have more stuff put in. So hopefully this is a start of something better. So I mean, this is only a half an hour run, so we'll see if we've got time for any bonus stuff. I think the Freightliner is about an hour's run from Carlisle to Preston. And again, it's just good stuff like this coming out, because it makes you kind of revisit routes that you haven't played on for ages. And, you know, I can't remember the last time I did a run on this route. Yeah, it's basically the 802, Lee, so this only works. It's the 802 from Riviera line, so this only works on PC because somebody's done a mod. I mean, you might find a reskin on Creators Club that you could use and you do like free roam, but that's about as good as it gets if you're on console. That sounds fair enough. We'll see if we can fit something in. How about that? Would be nice with the East Midlands Railway branding as well, the EMR. Yeah, absolutely, Pete. Yeah, hopefully we can get that in before the end of the evening. Been quite weird this weekend because I've had a 3-day weekend because I had the Friday off of just using up the last of the holidays. I've got 3 days off in between Christmas and New Year, but I had Friday off, so 3-day weekend, and then but it's flown by again with sort of getting out for the day yesterday. You know, again, speaking of Train Sim Classic, we got the news a couple of weeks ago. I think Armstrong Powerhouse are extending the Midland Main Line out of from Bedford, and they're taking it up to Corby, I think it is. But it's a shame that they're not doing a route to Leicester. I mean, you can do that via the Steam Workshop, but again, unfortunately, not kind of a really up-to-date one with full electrification. All right, fantastically, yeah. Lucky you. In my sort of line of work, we're very much, because I don't know, they're mainly businesses really, but we kind of have this customer service element where we just can't close, you know, other than the kind of the statutory days. So, but I have booked off the 3 days in between. Yeah, definitely right. Yeah, you got to move with the times, haven't you? And you know, I kind of understand there's still a market for Train Sim Classic stuff, and there's one or two things that I'm quite looking forward to, but at the end of the day, TSW, I would say, is miles better than Train Sim Classic. Ah, brilliant, yeah. Oh, you'll be looking forward to that then, after, you know, doing all that overtime and stuff. Yeah, marvellous. I mean, having said I don't mess around with Train Sim Classic much, I spent most of Friday filling in bits of scenery. I want to do a full run from London Liverpool Street to Stansted Airport, and I'm kind of getting there. I've got most of the scenery in now. I mean, it'll never be completely finished, so I've got to get to a point where I think, right, well, we'll have to go with that. Yeah, it's not much. And I mean, we are kind of like, you know, day after Boxing Day, we're open again. But I've done quite a good few years now where I've booked the 3 days up. It doesn't bother me massively because in my job, if I go in the office, we work them 3 days, then we do like short hours. It's 10 till 2, so you know, it's not busy, but it's still nice to have them off, as it were. It's going to be strange that Friday the 2nd of January because it's a normal day, but at least then it's the weekend. There you go. So another 8:10. I did shut the doors, didn't I? I can't remember now. Well, I'm still hoping to do a kind of a range of videos, hopefully in and around Christmas, as well as the live stream. So there'll be 2 more, obviously, on the Sunday before the end of the year. But I'd like to try and do some recorded videos as well. But I'm hoping to really get some of them done and try and build a few up so that it's all set to go then, as it were. Yeah, which is kind of exactly the same as my holiday, Pete. Yeah, I mean, I remember the last time that we had Friday the 2nd of January, it must be going back a few years now, but my boss rung me up on New Year's Eve to say we were closing on the Friday, but I very much doubt that'll happen this year. Barely see the livery on that side, can you? I mean, that could almost be green for as much as you kind of go that side. It seems slightly better, but it's yeah, I'm not sure it shows up particularly well. I suppose that's the one good thing about the proliferation of IETs around. It kind of makes the modelling a bit easier because they just have to produce the variant for each route. Although, having said that, if they're all going to go in Great British Railways livery, then that's kind of that. Yeah, well, absolutely. And to be honest with you, all of our customers are construction based, so in some ways it's a completely wasted day, really. I don't think we're going to be busy, but I don't think the boss is going to be quite brave enough to close on the 2nd, unfortunately. It's kind of the powers that be. Although I don't even know if the main factory's actually open on the Friday or whether they're back on Monday, I'm not sure. Again, it'd be quite nice, this route. I mean, it's a nice route, but it'd be nice to get a bit more to it. And, you know, even if we could go up from Derby to Sheffield, and that would be nice. But you just don't seem to get route extensions, do you? It's kind of doable, but they seem reluctant to do it. I think you have to kind of re-release the route with the extension included, as far as I can gather. It isn't an option to just add the bit in and say, right, you can now include this if you bought the extension. I think I saw something about it, Scooby. Yeah, I take it that was engineering, was it? I think I've seen videos of it happening before as well. See the colour now. There you go, now we're not in the shadow, you can actually see the purple East Midlands Railway livery. I only realised in the week, by the way, that the Discord, the link to the Discord channel, like you know, if you want to get on it new and you haven't done it before, it keeps changing every so often. So I think the old link that I've got on the website had expired. You know, I used to look forward to Christmas for kind of having new stuff in the game, but I'm not sure there's massively, you know, there might be a few sales and that, there might be a few odds and ends that pick up, but I'm not sure there's a load that I want to get. That is a very, very good point, Pete. Yeah, that is something that has changed massively. I mean, you know, as you know, I'm, you know, in insurance, and we used to have a situation where, you know, we had customers who they kept a load of plants that they used to bring back to the depot, but as you say, nowadays, I don't think people have the space or the logistics, and it's just a complete waste of time. So people don't tend to bother to the degree that they used to do. I think because it's a little bit of a quieter time of the year, it's a time for people to catch up with the paperwork. So sometimes we get people who start insuring plant that they've spent, you know, sort of hundreds of thousands of pounds worth on, but actually insuring them a few months after they bought them. But anyway, that's an old gripe. I'm not going to spend the night talking about my job. Yeah, now we can see the colour in the livery now that we're kind of a little bit more in open space and away from the depths of the countryside. I've not mentioned it, by the way, but thank you very much for everybody that's been watching, and if you're new to the channel, I'd be grateful if you could consider liking and subscribing, and as ever, thank you very much for your ongoing support. It's absolutely massively appreciated, and always blown away by the interest. Well, exactly, Pete. Yeah, that's the thing. I think maybe people used to do it to an extent years ago, but it's just not a possibility. And I think at the end of the day, people want to get their plant out and use as much as they possibly can. They certainly haven't been purchased to be lying idle. So we're only 5.5 miles away to Leicester, the end point for this journey. But yeah, this is the future for the Midland Main Line. I don't think there's any plans at the moment to electrify up to Leicester, but it's only a few miles south that the cables come in, so they'll be running most of the journey down from just beyond Leicester down to St Pancras. I think the junction goes off and joins up with the West Coast Main Line somewhere, like Tamworthy way, I think, Tamworth, Lichfield, somewhere. I don't think I'm a million miles away in saying that. Thing is, I mean, we're doing these runs in the snow, and it feels as mild as it could possibly be at the moment. We're a million miles away from snow, but then it can all change very quickly, can't it? Good thing about this timetable, and again, we're getting to the point where with these mods that you're getting these reskins included within the game, so within the timetable. So you know, we haven't got a situation where we've seen this livery popping up on the Riviera line, for example, earlier on. I don't know whether that's totally impossible for it to happen, but generally it seems to work quite well. So we'll try and gauge this. We've got to get down to, I mean, I think the 40 is at the end of the next station, isn't it? So that's not quite Leicester yet. Oh, it is. No, it is Leicester, isn't it? So in actual fact, we could
We are
virtually...
now approaching Leicester.
You know, I never noticed whether we had the announcements coming into East Midlands Parkway, but again, because it's the 802 from Riviera line, then clearly we get the announcements included, which is nice. I know the 40 is before the platform. You know, I believe years ago Leicester Station used to have an overall roof. But, you know, not that I remember. I think you're going back a long time for that. I'm not going to get caught out with either TPWS this time. I'm on time anyway, so we're good here. Okay, well, it's my first go at it, so ooh, there we go. We got the Time's over. Yeah, there you go, gold. 6145 for me. But yeah, I enjoyed it. There's, I think there is potential. What can't? I wonder if it's going to let me off before the train drives away. Not sure about that. Right, so 6057 from Brian. Excellent, Amazing. Yeah, 6116. And I'm not sure if Concord did this one or not. I don't know whether he's got this mod installed. Watch the train depart. So, in reality, because I've been to this station quite a few times with my friend, we would go up to here, we would go over to there, but then you would have the concourse model, but unfortunately it's not been included. But for all that, yeah, very much enjoyed it. Let's get the scores up. Good evening, Dave. Yeah, hope you're well. And yeah, hello, welcome to. I know you're a subscriber. I've watched you put up some good videos on YouTube as well. Pete Edmonds. I'm Brian, and so is my wife. I like that. That's very good. What would we do without you, Pete? But yeah, I hope you're well. Yeah, thanks for joining us. I can't remember, and I apologise. I can't remember now if you've been on the live streams before or not. But yeah, as ever, welcome aboard. So, what was that? So 1 Bravo 38, Nottingham to Leicester. And then we've got the 86 run and the Freightliner coming up, which I'm really looking forward to be honest. Let's get the thing up. Just 2 seconds. Press the right button, and then let's put the scores in. So MA's Tays was 6116. So I was 6145, but yeah, very, very close there, Base Tays. I mean, 29 points. That is incredible. Brian was 6057. So again, there's just nothing in it, is there? Nothing in it at all. And Concord, as I say, I don't think he's got this route, or this particular add-on. He'll tell us if it's any different. Blessed are the cheesemakers. Yeah, Dave, do some good stuff, Dave. Yeah, really good, and yeah, enjoyed some of your review. Well, all your videos, but you know, all the review stuff and that, bits and pieces. So I don't think Concord. We'll delete Concord off, and then if he happens to confirm that he was in there, then absolutely fine. But yeah, so victory for me there, but absolutely nothing in it, was there, in terms of the scores? Absolutely nothing to choose between us. So we'll get the game loaded up in a second. Yeah, that's fair enough, Concord. Yeah, that's fair enough. And I think the same will be the case with the last run as well, because that's the 2019 timetable. So back in just 2 seconds. I do like that tools thing, but I still don't know exactly what it does. And the menu screen popping up like that just gets on me nerves slightly. But yeah, I think yeah, definitely some good stuff from Dave. Some brilliant YouTubers out there, it has to be said, and well worth taking a check. So this one is for Mike 83, so it's a double-headed Freightliner. So we're on the West Coast Main Line over Shap, Carlisle to Preston we're covering, and again it defaults to June this time, so we'll have to change that to December to get the snow in, so it might be a little bit more challenging by playing it with the snow. I just hope we don't get a signal check around Shap, otherwise I might be in trouble a little bit. Yeah, so let's change it to December. No, we don't want it foggy. We don't want it... Oh, I don't want dynamic weather. There we go. Right, cloud level. So for Mike 83. There we go. Oh, it's a bit longer than I thought. I thought it was only just over an hour, but actually, so I'm not sure whether we're going to get a chance for this HST run tonight. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Yes, indeed, Pete. It certainly will. Yeah, if we get a signal check going up Shap or any of the other hills in this section, then oh goodness me, we'll see. I think the plan is, from the chap who's made this mod, I think when the ATF Class 90 comes out, then he's going to substitute those in for these freight runs as well. So that'll be mega interesting as well. And there we go. That looks really good, doesn't it? So first thing to do is actually... we'll have that little walk, so shift and see so we can crouch, because otherwise you wouldn't be able to stand up straight walking along here. You bang your head on that roof. And then we'll go along to the corridor and we will change ourselves there. I mean, I do enjoy these little trips down the corridor, and it's great that they modelled it, but it'd be lovely if you could get some of this stuff actually turned on by default. That was one of the questions in the survey, wasn't it, about what sort of stuff would you like put in automatically, or would you like some of the safety systems to be included automatically? You know, you put bright there on the desktop and you just can't see it, can you? Yeah, I agree with you, Pete. Yeah, I don't think there's going to be any anything gained by charging up to signals. So if we start getting adverse signals, but sometimes it's easier said than done. I mean, I know Josh, when he's been on and he's talked about his 2019 timetables, he's been able to give us a little bit of guidance, and sometimes we got a, I think this is a 158. ScotRail service. So we're just north of Carlisle station at the moment. I think even getting this thing moving will take a little bit of work. I know it does go because I did try this earlier on. Yeah, it is, Dominic. Yeah, absolutely is, and very, very good it is as well. There we go, we're off. Actually, I'm going to have to put me hood on. I'm not that desperate. Yeah, absolutely. I think the friends in the chat have said, why aren't you doing a HSD run tonight? You know, it's of all nights, and yeah, it's a very, very strange thought, isn't it? It's a train that we've grown up with. I mean, I'm not sure age-wise how old you are, but you know, I certainly remember them coming out brand new, and so you've gone through that full life cycle from being brand new to being no longer in the network, which is a very, very strange feeling. Yeah, I must try and get some sort of video up, I think probably. I mean, this is an hour and a half's run, so I'm not sure we're going to get a chance to give the HSD a run out. There was something about the branding cracky, that's something you wouldn't say if you were drunk. There was something about the branding patch that amazed that Rachel wasn't very happy about, but I'm not totally sure what it was really. I know things change, unfortunately. Ah, right, there you go. Oh, you're similar age to me, yeah. So we've kind of got a little bit of enhanced speed now, and then we get 20 coming into Carlisle. Yeah, absolutely, Pete, yeah. I mean, somebody said to me again in a chat, a comment in one of the videos, and he said, you know, do you think when the IETs go, we'll have the same love for them then? And I said, well, daft as that might sound, then probably will at that time. I think, you know, you look back to the people who absolutely loved steam, and you know, the arrival of these nasty diesels was kind of the end of civilization as you knew it. But of course, for a lot of us, we've grown up absolutely adoring the diesels and electrics that came in after them. And you know, it's exactly the same with the Deltics on the East Coast Main Line, wasn't it? You know, those nasty HSTs. I think the non-train enthusiasts sort of referred to them as Intercity 125 because that was the more of a British Rail branding name for them, really. But you know, for us train enthusiasts, we always call them high-speed trains. Electric is the future, just like garlic bread. Haha, very good. Yeah, absolutely. I think it is good that we've got kind of bi-mode trains in the UK now. Incidentally, that was a 350 Transpennine. Ah, good evening, Mr. Riley. Yeah, hope you're well. Yeah, it's a nice run. I've not actually done a proper freight run on West Coast Main Line over Shap since it's come out. So yeah, looking forward to doing this one. Love this creeping across the points. We are creeping out of Carlisle station as well. Very long train it is too. Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, that is before my time, Dominic. And you know, sort of, it was the late '60s when we had the end of steam. But you know, that isn't a time that I remember. I mean, I was early 70s, so for me, the West Coast Main Line, you know, I was born near Stoke, so the West Coast Main Line was fully electrified, up and running. Ah, excellent, Mr. Riley, yeah. Actually, we'd better get a bit of speed up, otherwise we're going to be... It's going to take us longer than an hour and a half. I mean, I presume we're going to be restricted to 75, aren't we, once we get going? Yeah, that sounds great, yeah. I can't remember if I must have asked you before, but... Ah, okay. This is model railways we're talking about, yeah? Yeah, it certainly is, yeah. So we kind of showed it off for the we had our first proper look at it last week, but we did, you know, 4 hours last week. But this is the first run on it today. But again, you know, it's an absolutely gorgeous route. So it's quite nice to do it in the snow, but also quite nice to do it with this a Freightliner run as well. Yes, I think 75 is going to be our top speed. Oh, 50 containers! Wow. Is that the longest freight that you can get on the UK railway? I mean, that is incredible, isn't it? As some of my younger work colleagues would say, that is sick. Yeah, this is a great route, and again, if you're on PC, then you know, adding this as a mod adds a lot of interest to it. But Birmingham Crew's awesome as well. I think yeah, it's a question of being careful with the old amateur there. I don't think we can accelerate away too fastly. Ah, fantastic, Dominic. Yeah, no, yeah, really appreciated. Yeah, your company. Yeah. Oh, right. Okay. Well, enjoy your. If you get to eat that chocolate orange, enjoy it. Oh, I'd kill for a chocolate orange. Yeah, but yeah, thank you very much as ever. Really appreciated, and chat again soon. But I've been sort of dying to do a Freightliner route on this before, but I'm sure most of the ones that come in the kind of the British Rail Blue era tend to be sort of 2.5 hours and stuff like that. Exactly. Yeah, that is very much the case. Yeah, it's sort of like little and often. And we are climbing as well. You know, not massively, but climbing we certainly are. So it's going to take us a while to get up to 75. That's pretty long, isn't it? Yeah, I must try and as well this next week try and get me Train Sim controller sorted as well. It works absolutely fine on Train Sim Classic, but I tried it the other week for the first time on Train Sim World 6 and I just couldn't get it to work. So I messaged Dan of TS Controllers and he couldn't quite figure it out. I think he kind of said I need to do a sort of a remote thing so as he can actually have a look at it on the PC, but it's obviously just something weird with the way I've got it installed somewhere. Yeah, it's a tough one, isn't it? Because you know, you sort of, I think as long as we're getting greens, then I'm sort of going to be happy to maintain, because I'm just conscious that if we go too steady Eddie, we could be holding the trains up behind us, and we might it might take us the rest of the night to get there. Yeah, it's a bit of a weird one. I mean, the only thing that's slightly different on mine is me. It's installed on the D drive rather than the C drive, because my C drive isn't big enough, and it's not an external one. It's actually an internal drive. But I did have a problem once before, and that foxed him as well. But we got to the bottom of it eventually. Oh crikey, Lee, can you pass us a slice through the screen? I'll have to just imagine eating that. I think so, and I've tried all stuff like that before, and it was something really, really weird before. One of those random things that probably spend a couple of evenings faffing around with it, and then eventually I'll get it working, and then it'll be like, well, what was the problem? I don't know, but it's now working. Yeah, so there you go. So it's nothing like that. It's just something just random about my. It's got to be. I've narrowed it down to thinking, well, it must be something to do with the TSW6 installation for some reason. But goodness knows what it is. But I think I've always been fairly good at finding problems that other people don't get. I suppose we all think about it like that sometimes. No, it's no different really, because you just carry on using the you still use your keyboard. I mean, I haven't got absolutely everything. I've got a power brake controller and I've got the AWS button, but I don't have the like the separate brake control that you get, or the door panel, because again that'd add on another few £100. But I feel as though I've got the main bits that I want to. But it is pretty good once you get it once it's going. Yeah, that looks absolutely magnificent, doesn't it? So it'll be interesting to see if there's any chance whatsoever that we're going to do this full run and not encounter any red signals. I'm hoping so. Oh, blooming heck and mateys, that's a shame. I'm sure you'd have been looking forward to this run as well. We are uphill here, so yeah, that's such an annoyance. Ah, okay, yeah, I see, yeah. It'd be nice if somebody could fix that sort of thing, isn't it? And it's probably one of those things that is not a massively difficult thing to do. I mean, the only thing I would say is, I mean, the files on, you know, for your DLC are really, really easy anyway. So there's absolutely nothing stopping you from kind of, I mean, it's only one file, I think, so literally, you know, stick that in a temporary folder somewhere and then stick it back in again when you're using the East Coast Main Line. Yeah, cheers mate. Yeah, that would be great, because I'm sure this would be a run that would be absolutely right up your alley, as it were. Not quite your street because of a different part of the country, but yeah, Rachel is our real-life train driver, now retired from a few years back, but I mean, she'll tell you herself, but she's driven these old electrics out of Euston, and she knows all there is to know about real-life train driving. It's fascinating. A good question for you, Rachel, whilst you're here as well. What's it like driving in the snow, particularly if you're driving a freight train? I bet it's a completely different experience. Yeah, I know it's not perfect. You probably, because what I mean is you could actually take the mod out, but just put it back in again whenever you need it, because it's still there. You wouldn't have to delete the file or anything like that. Yes, indeed, I can imagine that. I mean, if we come up against a red signal and I'm trying to climb Shap or something, then I might need some advice. It'd be interesting to see how it compares again with real life. But I'm sure it must have been incredibly tricky driving these things in heavy snow. I mean, you know, it's sort of not all the time, is it? It's just a very, very occasional problem in the UK, but maybe more likely to happen once you get up to this part of the world than further south. Yeah, I'd imagine that, and again, I suppose with approaching stations and things like that, you know, I know that you just couldn't come charging up to the to the station and the platform, because you'd probably end up about a mile past the end of the platform. Yes, there's a whole separate, I think there's like a zip file for it, and there's a load of the all the various reskins automatically included. Yeah, and which again, it kind of reminds you that you need to be, you know, sort of I mean, again, a real life driver would be absolutely looking out for those signals. But again, you don't quite have the distractions that you'd have, you know, with kind of like this with live streaming. You wouldn't be looking at other things. I mean, I quite like it if it was possible to get this route, have the enhanced speed limits put in, but I think that would need Just Trains to probably release I'm guessing a completely new version of the route, so that's probably not likely to happen. Now we're going downhill, aren't we? So yeah, absolutely, and it's something that, again, it's, you know, very different experience. You know, I might do 4 hours driving every week on the street, but it's a completely different thing than, you know, you set out on a full shift and you know, you've got a full full day of driving. Yes, that is a good point, yeah. I mean, I haven't actually tried to use them yet. I can't even remember where they are or what the button is to activate them, but yeah, I think if we get stuck at some point, then that's definitely something I can give a go. So that's Penrith, isn't it? Well, I'm sure. Yeah, absolutely. That I could certainly imagine. But again, you must have had drives like this at this time of the year, and you know, particularly like this, where you've got a sunny day after the snow has fallen, and going through countryside like this would be utterly magnificent. It's not bad in the game as well. Ah, okay, right. There we are. Thanks, Rachel. Yeah, that's appreciated. I mean, there's no speed control on this thing because, of course, you know, it's built in the 60s, but you kind of. You can use the ammeter, depending on the gradient. You can kind of adjust it, and that hopefully stops you from braking. Yes, that I can imagine, Pete. Yeah. And again, the thing is, if you're, you know, if you're Mediterranean, you're driving in, you know, in parts of Europe, then snow is just not a thing. And I think the funny thing is, I think most people would totally get and understand the complications of driving, you know, a lorry in these conditions, but probably wouldn't spare a thought for the train driver. Love all the snow kicking up like that as well. I think I love the sight of that. That bit too much like a busman's holiday, Pete. I've been tempted by it a couple of times. It does look lovely. And again, there's some great UK mods as well, isn't it? That greatly adds. I was, you know, a few months back, I was very much looking at some of the videos and places I recognise in and around the UK. The only thing that disappointed me slightly is you had like UK service stations, and it seemed as though you basically got a petrol station, then nothing else. I was thinking, that isn't what that services looks like. Well, other than that, some of the scenery looked really good, and it had a real feel to it. But I do feel as though I could get into that at some point. Well, heaven help us if I started trying to drive lorries on the stream, have enough trouble with trains on the tracks. Oh, absolutely, and I'm totally full of admiration, and you know, I only know the basics of it, but you know, route knowledge and you know, just the overall feel for it is absolutely immense. Yeah, what we really need is to be able to end a journey at a certain location and then pick up, you know, if there's one or two buses or something in it, coaches, and then take the journey on, a rail replacement journey, literally. I didn't, to be honest, and then I looked the other night. I thought, oh, actually, I forgot all about it at the end of the stream. And I did actually look on Friday, and I think it was a bit more expensive as far as I can gather. But there'll be plenty more sales. I mean, I There was loads of different variations as well. We're still getting uphill, so we're all right with the doing the 75. Okay, we creeped up slightly there. Am I right in saying you're not really? I mean, I just applied the brakes there with the with power applied. You're not supposed to do that, are you? Oh, probably not. I think I wasn't watching the ammeter then. I've blown it there, so I'll have to let the power notch down, I think. Yeah, absolutely. Very, very true. Yeah. Actually, that's an interesting point, though. I mean, as a driver, particularly if you're driving a freight train, then would you get any indication if you were driving it just a tad too slowly, that you were holding stuff up behind you? That sounds great, Pete. Yeah. And somehow I've just got a feeling that the driver wouldn't turn a hair. That, you know, that would be really straightforward. I think it's that old concept of you don't need to see what's in front of you. As long as you can see the signals, then you're all right. You know, sometimes I find myself pressing the horn, thinking that there's going to be I can see a trackside worker, and it turns out it's a wall or something. Yeah, absolutely. But I suppose it's that balance, isn't it? Because I suppose you could actually dawdle, and I suppose you wouldn't be thought of too well if you were like if you were over cautious. And I suppose it's just getting the right balance. Yeah, absolutely. just so glad you hear the AWS sound though from the outside, because with the emergency brakes will be coming on every few seconds. And I suppose that's the thing. I mean, you know, again, I've had this route for 12 months, and this is the first time I've even done a freight run with an 86. So, you know, once you've got 50 or 100 of these behind you, then you're increasing your knowledge, aren't you? So far, well, no, I'm not even going to say it. Not even going to say it. Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah, obviously, I suppose it varies. I don't know whether it's a bit random. Ah, I'm speeding now. Oh, come on. Too busy enjoying that. So if you do complete this run to Maze Taze, then you might just have a bonus on me there. Yeah, I've just got the feeling, Pete, that you're not a massive fan of caravans. Yeah, I think so. I'll be honest with you, I find these longer runs much more enjoyable when I'm doing them on the stream, because if I've kind of sat out to do this not on the stream, and to be honest with you, I don't do masses and masses of train driving away from the streams. I don't really get masses more time, but you used to think, you know, you get the thing up saying it was like, right, 70-80 miles to where you're stopping at next, and I'd be slightly bored by that, but it's great when you've got the stream going. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's an interesting point. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. And I have recorded videos before where, but right, I want to get this run done tonight, and you know, get it done and sorted. And there have been times when I've been kind of fighting it towards the end, and thought, yes, I've made it. Absolutely. Slight tangent, but I've kind of got to the point where, you know, there used to be a time years ago I was quite happy to go on long journeys to things like air shows and that, and go, you know, down to the south coast and back in the day. And as I've got a bit older, I thought, why do that? What's the point in getting up at 2 o'clock in the morning? Let's just stay over and do it a little bit more chilled out. I know the point behind that question, and I'm sure Pete can remember it. I mean, actually, on the same point, I remember years ago we used to have a colleague who was struggling sleeping, and so my team leader at the time, this was long before I was doing any YouTube, he said, "Can't you do him a video on doing a video or something on trains, and that'll send me to sleep." Which, yeah, that's a good point. Like, Preston was a natural changeover point, wasn't it? Yeah, and imagine a motorhome be lovely, and I mean, some of them are like palace on wheels, aren't they? Yeah, it's funny, some of those LNER runs, some of them are completely non-stop, and then you get the other ones that stop at every station. It kind of would be a good point to get in the game, wouldn't it? At least if we can do kind of Euston to Preston, and hopefully, even if we've got a variance in eras, hopefully somebody will eventually do a timetable that you can kind of say, look, right, I can do the full run then. My father was like that, particularly in later years. He absolutely, mind you, even when he was younger, to be fair, he absolutely loved going on the train, and he kind of got me interested in trains. But within 5 minutes of the journey, he'd be fast asleep. There's a particular, I can't remember where it is, there's a particular part of the M5 where you see, kind of on a summer Saturday, you see caravans going downhill, and the kind of everybody seems to be going faster than they should be, and they're like swaying all over the shop. If we take too long getting into Preston, we'll probably all be asleep by the end of the journey. Hi Kane, hope you're well. So again, just to quickly say, thank you very much as always for everybody watching, and if you haven't done it already, then please consider liking and subscribing, and it doesn't matter if you're watching it back after the live stream or at any point, but thank you very much for everybody that carries on contributing. Yeah, it'd be quite handy something like that in this game sometimes. When I was thinking of that when I was doing the that 710 run earlier, but it would be tremendously good if you could swing your head around so that you can actually see where those stop markers are, rather than, you know, sort of adjusting the camera. I am, Kane, yeah, and I mean, for me, at the age I am, it isn't the the big all exciting event really. We'll have the usual Christmas Day and all the trimmings and stuff, but the whole period of Christmas will fly by. I'm just looking forward to a few days break really, or holiday I should say. I don't like using the word break because my brother once broke his leg on Christmas Eve. Well, I'll say leg, hip. So, but yeah, I shall enjoy the few days holiday. It'd be quite nice. Yeah, I can fully understand the excitement of a motorhome, and it's just that freedom, isn't it? And just being able to go anywhere you want. There are some amazing places really, sort of in the UK and across Europe. Oh, crikey, Kane. Bit windy your way. So do you reckon, who knows, pure speculation, but do you think we have got one really big announcement to come this week for Tradesim World in the next few days? Or are we going to be let down? Who knows? Hopefully not Thomas the Tank Engine this time. Try and be a bit easy here. We're getting downhill, so I'm not going to race up to 75 mile an hour. Oh, right. I knew there were 3 announcements tomorrow, but I wasn't sure if that meant route announcements. I didn't even know they were. I didn't even know they were all definitely UK announcements. Yeah, I can't see that happening, to be honest, Rachel. Hope we do. Yeah, I'd just be mega excited if we just get. I mean, we know Crew Preston's coming. We know the 805's coming. We know the Class 90's coming, but they aren't new, are they? So, what could it be? Oh, I don't know. Usually, you're right more often than you're wrong, I'll say that. Oh, that would be good, wouldn't it? They don't tend to confirm release dates on these kind of road mappy type streams. Yeah, well, definitely, Mr. Riley. But to be honest with you, I think it's fairly low priority. They're much more interested in producing, you know, shiny new stuff than going back and fixing old stuff. Oh yeah, Switzerland, I can imagine would be lovely. Yeah, I think I probably said before, but I've been to Switzerland once many years ago. That was a school holiday actually, around Lake Interlaken, but it was absolutely beautiful. Yeah, it makes sense, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense if there's yeah, that I can imagine. That'd be gorgeous. It's not bad this part of the world though either, is it? Oh, me too, Mr. Riley. You know, it's obviously not perfect, but you know, for the actual overall experience, it certainly does keep me entertained. But yeah, if we just got one kind of seriously excited route announcement tomorrow, then I for one would be over the moon. Slightly overdone the reducing speed here. Yeah, so sorry we haven't got the HSC in tonight, but I don't think we're going to make it, given we're still 35 miles away from Preston, so that's going to take us past the 9 o'clock curfew. Might try and sneak the toilet at 4 o'clock and have a quick look at the final season of reveals. Yeah, definitely. That's one of the great features about the game, actually, the free roam, because again, you go back to Train Sim Classic and you set a train for free roam, then you're either going to get no other traffic or you're going to get very random, and it doesn't feel very realistic. But it's great the fact that you can add a service in. And in some ways, that's kind of when you can experience a few delays, because you are then running something that's slightly against the normal timetable. I almost feel here as though I could almost go to sleep and then would probably roll all the way to Preston pretty much. I wonder what the chances of in real life of actually doing this whole journey and not being looped at some point. Yeah, I mean that is, I mentioned earlier on, but this signal delay thing, it doesn't feel as though it's imminent about to come out, because they talked about it before the release, but there doesn't seem any sign of it yet. But that is the one criticism I have sometimes. It's the timetable runs too perfectly, and you know, in real life there are late trains running about all day long, so again, a completely different feel. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I suppose as long as you've not got a co-driver, then you might not have a massive problem. Yeah, I guess it's situations like that when it doesn't it isn't always as glamorous as it sounds. I mean, the good news is as well, I mean, our journey ends at Preston, but of course, again, when we get crew Preston from Just Trains, then we're going to be able to carry on the journey. I like it. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, exactly, Peter. Yeah, oh yeah. I can't be doing with those random events, and somehow I liked the idea of it, and I think But I thought straight away, I just got this sneaky suspicion that DTG weren't going to activate that very, very well. And it kind of came to fruition straight away. I mean, they did the Riviera line, the preview stream for the first time, and straight away they got stuff going off all over the place. Yeah, they did promise us though signal delays. And I don't think they were talking about other trains necessarily being massively late, but it was supposed to be slightly more varied. Aha! Right, now then. Have an adverse signal, so I'm guessing we could be held up in a loop here. No brakes on now, have we? Oh, I've let you down. There we go. I was trying to be all calm and composed there. No, we shouldn't have a massive problem. We're on a downhill gradient for a start. Don't worry, we will be going along. We will be moving soon. There we are. We are moving. Yeah, I mean, I guess for the other sorts of toilet incidents, then a few bottles hanging around might be useful. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I forgot about me sand, didn't I? I forgot. There we go. We've got going again. I like that. So I'm hoping with all that delay anyway, it might mean that by the time we get to the next signal, it might have cleared to green, but it just depends on whether we are going to get held in a loop or not. I'm I'm not going to race away in terms of accelerating anyway. We'll wait and see what... Now we're green, aren't we? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about the sander. Are much good or not much good? Well, if that's the only adverse signal I get before we get to Preston, then I'll be reasonably happy with that. Right, okay. Yes. I understand what you mean, yeah. Oh yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point, Pete. Yeah, yeah. Is this Carnforth? Oh, there you go, Pete. Some caravans. Yeah, this is the Carnforth coming up, isn't it? So we've got the section towards Lancaster now, and then, well, we're not too far away from Journey's End. There you go. It's good how you've got the 4 traction motors as well. Right, now we're motoring again. Again, it's different to experience than driving the 66, because I mean that has its own nuances with the brakes, but I've kind of mastered the art a little bit better with that. But again, driving a heavy freight service like this, it's another different experience. I love how they got the sticky tape as well on the handle. Imagine getting blisters on your wrists over the years. So it kind of looks like an unnatural handle to be controlling. I don't feel as though I'm getting much pace up there. I'm going to take that down and then start again, as it were. Yeah, it's more like it. Must have. Ooh, you know, a bit of wheel slip. There we go. presume they must have quite a bit of sand in these things. Yeah, I can imagine that, yeah. It's a curiously shaped handle, isn't it? You know, it's kind of, again, it's one of those things that you wonder whether it works brilliantly from an engineering point of view, but people have kind of forgotten that a real person's got to spend hours and hours driving there every day. Yes, I can imagine that, Pete, yeah. Now we're getting the see Morecambe Bay over there as well. Yeah, I think that's the thing, and I've said it before, but you know, there are times when you are guilty. Well, I'm guilty anyway of. Well, I think did I miss a neutral section there? I think there are times when I'm really guilty of not observing too much what's going on there, and I'm looking too much at that thing in the top corner. And again, that's another bit of route knowledge, isn't it? And something you gain through time and experience and practice, but where the exactly where the neutral zones are. I like it, Pete, yeah. Yeah, that is very true, isn't it? You certainly notice when it's off song, as it were, and that is the thing. You know, it sort of sings to you a little bit. Yeah, it really does. It really does, yeah. And again, it's just the sort of thing that I think just trains would put in, yeah, really would. Whereas, you know, other developers perhaps wouldn't. Yeah, so I guess this is a natural stopping off point when we get to Preston, and I think I can't remember where we'd started from. I don't know if it was Moss End or Coatbridge, but that's kind of like more or less Glasgow, isn't it? Here we go, here's Lancaster. Yeah, that's the bit at the back there in particular where we're not so heavy in terms of the load. yeah, if we do the next 20 miles without any more adverse signals, then I'll be pretty happy. Right, you never know, I might even spot it for the first time. But yeah, cheers for the tip. Again, that's the sort of stuff you know. And I suspect, even, how many years ago it is since you last drove this in real life. You can't unlearn these things. You'll remember, won't you? And you've probably been reminded of when you've driven it in the game as well. Some Welsh bloke, hello, welcome to the stream. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. I mean, it's been out a year now. So if you're driving it on a console, then obviously you're going to do it just in the British Rail Blue era, which is absolutely fantastic as well. But if you're on PC and you've got one or two other bits and pieces, then it's great to have this mod. There we go, shower, finishing your beer, shower, curry and sleep. I have Southampton, Bournemouth and Weymouth tomorrow, early start. All right, okay, Pete, yeah. Well, have a good day, have a good week. And as ever, we'll see you again next week for more wit and wisdom. But thanks as ever for your chatting, really enjoyed it. Ah, brilliant, yeah, some Welsh bloke. I love names like that. It's really, really, really good. But yeah, thank you for watching. Yeah, but yeah, it's a stunning route, and the Just Trains guys do a brilliant job, and I know we're all very much looking forward as well to cruise to Preston as well. Yeah, I hope you're getting a little bit of a Christmas vibe as well with the set in the snow. Yeah, take care, Pete. Yeah, see you next week. All the best. And I will have a look at your video, your stuff on Discord as well. That'd be great. Sounds like a great day out, that. We do have another brake application. I've just got me a bit more. To be honest, I was the same with the 66 at first. I was so worried about stopping in time that I over braked, and then you end up coming to a stand unnecessarily. So it's just kind of not panicking, but just getting the right balance, and just have faith that the brakes will bring you down sufficiently. I haven't Caden, to be honest. I've never given it sex thought. I can't remember what that was for now. Just remind me. So was that for Train Sim Classic? Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, all the best will in the world, I'm always going to be an enthusiastic amateur. Lovely to drive these, though, you know, these old trains. It's very different than driving some of the other stuff. Oh, I remember now. Yeah, that scenario. Yeah, I think I might have it installed. Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to have it go and try and give it a go sometime. But yeah, cheers. Ah, good evening, Southwestern. How are you? Yeah, we're not far off at the end of the stream, actually. I'm a professional at talking rubbish, Rachel. But yeah, hope you're well, Southwestern. How's things going? You looking forward to your Christmas break? Maybe in a... I don't know, do you finish next Friday? Yeah, I don't think... I'm definitely not going to have time, Kane, I'm afraid. It's getting quite late. This is one of these longer runs. It's kind of same for me. I mean, Pete was talking about getting up early tomorrow, but I've got to be up early for work. I have to get up sort of 6:30ish, and it's a bit of a drive into work. Got to take the dog for a walk. Oh, excellent. That sounds interesting. Yeah, hopefully. The problem I've got, Kate, sometimes is there's just so many things to do, and you know, it just takes time, and you know, I just don't have masses of time during the week. So we'll see anyway. But I'd like to hope so, but I don't want to promise you and say, right, I'm going to do it this week, or it's going to be, you know, but at some point down the line, hopefully. Have you managed to figure out as well? Because I did have a quick glance earlier on, and I still can't find. I've definitely got your Class 47 installed with the tribute to the dog, but I can't find it. I can't find where it is in the game. So if you can kind of give me a pointer and say, right, if you do it on this route, it's listed under, it should be under Creators Club, shouldn't it? But I just don't know which one it is. Yeah, it's great that Kingsmore Yard is included in all its vastness as well. Do you know, that caught me out again. That factory there, I thought that was a double yellow coming up. Yeah, well, I think that's possible. You could probably spawn it in as free roam, but it should just substitute, shouldn't it? I don't understand why it doesn't substitute. Bit weird. I just love the sound of the Class 86 as you're notching up. Again, Kane, mate, I'm sorry, it's just too late, because as you can appreciate, we do the 4 hours, and so, you know, I wanted to do this run, so, you know, I'm going to make it to Preston, but it is getting late. I really do have to go to bed after this. Much as I'd love to stream 24 hours a day, it's just not doable sometimes. Well, if you can, if you are able to find where in the game it is, then I think that will help. Yeah, thank you very much, Rachel. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, no, that's a great tip about the sand. That's really, really appreciated. And as ever, thank you very much. It's lovely to chat to you, and I'm glad you enjoy the streams, and I know you enjoy playing the game as well. So it's absolutely brilliant to get that real life expertise, which I think greatly adds that interest and knowledge to the stream. So yeah, thank you very much. Have a good week, and hopefully we'll see you again next week. Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Riley, and Rachel as well. Very kind of you to say. I forgot actually, Brian, but I take it you were still in this, are you? You're still going? Yeah, cheers, Rachel. Yeah, much appreciated. Yeah, see you next Sunday. Yeah, that'd be great, Mr. Riley. I mean, I haven't really been adding the schools together and kind of compiled like anything significant, but I think it does just add a bit of fun to it. And what we always say is, I think that slightly competitive element to it, because I think otherwise, if you're just driving it for fun, you're probably not that worried that you're a couple of miles an hour over the speed limit. But suddenly, when you're driving against somebody else, then you're kind of a little bit thinking, I can't speed, I mustn't speed, because of the competition. So it does make you better. Yeah, absolutely, Concord. Yeah, as ever, thank you very much for all your contributions, and I know you'll be active on the forum as well with your thoughts. But thanks as ever for being with us. Really appreciated. Okay, yeah. It takes some driving, doesn't it? This beast of a train. Yeah, let's hope we get something really, really good tomorrow. I can't get my hopes up and get too excited, because the problem is, I was kind of thinking last week, I think we got something good coming, hopefully, and then, yeah, a bit disappointing to be fair, so maybe this week, but we'll see. Let's not so much expect the unexpected, but expect to be disappointed, and then if it's something really good, then I'll be even more excited. So how many miles away are you from Preston then at the moment then, Brian? Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Quite understand. And again, you know, I appreciate, you know, you might be busy, and if you want to get off work, if you want to get off to bed and you want to save it and then redo it, then that's fine. We are 2.5 miles away, so yeah, that's fair enough. So yeah, we'll call it a day when we get into this goods loop at Preston, and then you can, yeah, let us know your score in the comments or on Discord, whichever way you fancy. Get some brakes on now, because I mean, we haven't had a double yellow yet, but it won't be too far off. Yeah, very good point. I don't know whether they've started it yet or whether it'll be after Christmas, but I mean, they seem to like joined up routes, so logically it's kind of like, you know, would they fancy having a shot at doing Crewe to Milton Keynes, or is it going to be something slightly more left of field and the Cumbrian coast, or would they fancy taking the line from Preston down to Manchester Victoria? I thought I wasn't going to make that, but I think we're okay. Ah, Brill, yeah. Ah, that's good, Brian, yeah. Great fun, though, I have to say. I've enjoyed every second of this. Right, so we've got a yellow signal. I think it's nice the fact that we ended the goods loop as well. We're not even going to finish up in the platforms, as it were. Yeah, you could be right. Just frustrating the fact that we have to wait so long. I mean, you know, we don't want monthly updates or daily updates, but it's kind of ages before we find out. I mean, the earliest we're realistically going to find out what their next route will be is probably when Trainson World 7 is announced in August. Oh yeah, totally agree. I think all of them have been good. I've really enjoyed them tonight. But this is a wonderful timetable. There we go, got a Northern 158. I love the fact here that we're undercover coming through the station, and obviously because we're undercover, clearly there's no snow. Ah, excellent, right, okay. Well, if I can bring this thing to a halt at the right place, then we're we are. Oh no, no, stop your thing. Stop. No, we're alright. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Yep. Perfect. Not quite perfect, but yeah, we made it at the very end. So that's my score anyway. 22,216. Yeah, there's still quite a bit knocked off for speeding though along the way. I certainly was. I thought how frustrating that would be after an hour and a half of driving to then go through a red signal. Absolutely, mate. Yeah, thank you very much. We probably will call it for an hour, but yeah, really appreciated your company, Dave. And yes, indeed, Scooby. Yeah, yes, I think there might have been some brown going on somewhere. And for me, even in terms of the stream itself, it's like, oh, don't spad. But we made it, and that's all that matters. So brilliant! Thank you very much, Scooby, for your contributions and your comments as always to Amazed Taze, and some Welsh bloke to Pete, and yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we always have a good chat, all of us. And Brian, thank you very much. Yeah, so let us know your score anyway. We'll see how you finished up. That'll be interesting to know. Pop us a note in the comments. And there we are. I'll try and get a video up in the week if I can. But thank you very much, everybody, as ever. Another lovely stream, much appreciated, and hopefully a first vibes of Christmas. Yeah, I look forward to knowing that, Amazed Taze. So let me just make a note while I'm here as well, whilst I've got it in front of me. I'm 22,216, and then I can put a screenshot up or something with the scoreboard if I get round to it. But yeah, night, Kane. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you again, Mr. Riley. Thank you, Kane, and thank you to everybody. And just one last time to say it, but if you're new and you haven't done it before, then if you consider liking and subscribing, as ever, be tremendously appreciated. And as always, lovely. The existing support, really, really appreciated. And oh yes, some Welsh bloke as well. Did I not mention you? Yeah, absolutely. How do you get someone's name highlighted in a reply? Oh yeah, there you go. Yeah, just add the hash key. I like that. Yeah, you've been now an honorary Welshman, as I've started saying. I'll do it now in a minute. I'm going to say, look you. Yep, there we go then. So thank you very much. And we'll definitely be back at 5 next Sunday. And a bit more winter driving. We'll probably get sick and tired of these after we've done 3 weeks of them. But hopefully a little bit of an early taste of Christmas. So there we go. Oh, we're up 299 views for the night. Would have been nice. We could have got one more. We would have got up to 300, but I'm sure that will soon happen with the catch-up service, as it were. So thank you very much, and until next week, from Powerflower, Trains and Planes. For now, it's good night. Tidy Pete, yeah, absolutely.